I shall.
Too long has it been since we made camp. Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
Aris Mittal says, I have questions for you. Grieving Mother says, let your mind speak for you. I shall listen past the words. Aris Mittal asks, you addressed me as a watcher when we met. Do you know what a watcher is? There is a slow chill, and for a moment, it seems as if she's going to fade from your vision, as if she can't bear to be seen.
The title came unbidden. I do not know why I spoke of it. Yet it seemed the right mantle, a familiar one.
Grieving Mother says, yet I do not know from where it came. If I've given offense, oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you. It feels like she's speaking to an audience. The air takes on a curious edge, a chill which persists for a sharp moment, then fades into a dull fear. If I've given offense, forgive me. Forgive me. You would know more than I. Aris Mittal asks, have you encountered watchers before? Grieving Mother says, I do not know. It is an old feeling. I do not know where it stems from. It was a word that arose when you saw me. It is said watchers see much that others do not. And I have been hidden from the eyes of others for some time. Arismetal says, let me ask you about something else. Grieving Mother says, if I have answers, I will share them. Arismetal asks, how is it no one can see you? Arismetal asks, how is it no one can see you?
Their eyes see me, but their minds will not remember past the call.
Arismetal asks, a call.
My face is like the call of a newborn, hiding the face beneath, and for my body, I am able to wrap myself as a mother cradling her child. I am here, as you see me, but to them, their eyes see only the cloak that I wear, a peasant mother, dirty, shabby, not worth knowing.
Alright, so you're implying that you don't look like a peasant, dirty or shabby. So what do you look like? Do you look like what you look like in the portrait?
As a watcher, you see more than others. To the eyes of most, I am as unseen as the spirits you share memories with.
Arismetal asks, how are you able to affect minds? Grieving Mother says, I divert the flow of their senses down a different path, to a place easily forgotten. It is not unwelcome when one does not desire the presence of others. The surface of their minds registers a figure, but the memory slips away. They see a woman, but there is no desire for conversation, no desire for any question, and I have none to ask. So she is able to make other people not to care about her. She would make a perfect assassin, hiding in plain sight. Arismetal says, I want to discuss something different. When we first met, how was I able to enter your dream?
I do not know. What do you speak of? If you were in my thoughts, I could not feel your presence, nor do I know what you saw there.
As she speaks, you suddenly feel an odd sensation in your mind, as if walking in her thoughts would be as if walking down a back street of merchant stalls. The claustrophobia of wooden shelves and canvas tarps made less oppressive by the sheer number of enticing vials, and bottles that stretch out to the sides of you. You suddenly realize that whether she permits it or not, you could enter her dream and observe it without her ever knowing, and in response your hand twitches. There is the feeling that you could simply pick up a vial, taste it, sample it, and keep the memory as your own. And suddenly you find yourself back in her, your present thoughts. Though you were away for but a moment, she seems unaware of your diversion of thought. Grieving Mother says, it may be one of your gifts, an ability to walk in memories as easily as someone walks upon the ground. Arismetal asks, may I try again? You feel the grieving mother slowly nods, though she makes no motion. My mind is open to you, as it was before when we met. I could not stop you if I wished. Arismetal says, as long as you don't mind if I try, I shall do so. Grieving mother says, my memory is not as it was. Much has been forgotten. If you would walk in my thoughts, I have nothing hidden. The grieving mother's thoughts feel strangely apologetic and welcoming both at once. Perhaps you may learn something that will strengthen you, or a clue to what has caused this terrible burning of the fields of souls and halted Bera's will. Well, I already know the answer. The leaden key activates a device which creates the hollow-born phenomena. The grieving mother's mind gives way. Your passage almost unnoticed as you enter her as before, circling the memory you shared when you first met. And suddenly you are calm. You are on a plateau, almost the height of a tower several stories high. The plateau is like a table lying beneath a clear sky, and beneath the plateau, surrounding it in all directions, a forest, hazy with mist. Although whether it is actual mist, or distance, or recollection, resting in the curve of a natural arch above you is a great copper bell, half again the size of a man, hanging at attention, as if looking down on you and the event unfolding before you. I've read this one before, when we first met the grieving mother. Is this a repeat of the same texts? Yeah, I think this is a repeat of the same text when we first met. With effort, the scene bleeds of color, and your mind becomes your own again. The grieving mother stands suddenly before you. She seems unaware of what you've seen, or that you've entered her memories at all. Arismital says, I walked again in your dreams, thoughts, and I believe your memories. A mixture of curiosity and fear wells up between you. She raises her left hand, the chiming at her wrists quelling the rise within her. She is frightened, but curiosity anchors her.
And what did you see in my memories? I would hear you speak of them.
Arismital says, the dream, the memory I saw upon meeting you. It was you helping give birth to a child. There is silence, and as your breath falls still, you hear the faint cry of a child in the distance, a newborn child, almost exactly like what you heard in the dream. As you listen, the grieving mother raises both her hands, as if weaving, her wrists chiming as she does so, in a semblance of the gentle turning she provided while the newborn was crowning. To your surprise, you recognize the motions and the words from the memory, even as they are new to you. As she weaves her hands through the air in front of her, the child's cries grow still, yet the sound of the chimes weaves almost hypnotically into your thoughts. The sky seems sharp and clear, and you feel as if you are towering over your surrounding, as if kneeling atop a great pillar, just as she did in the memory. To your surprise, the grieving mother falls as if her strings were cut, and her knees crack hard against the ground. Her hands never cease moving in the air, the chimes echoing her movements. In a ragged voice you hear her speak. The voice is that of a much older woman than the one before you, harsh, almost desperate.
Tell me what you saw. Show me what you saw. Where were you?
Her eyes, now terribly sharp and real, are filmed with white, silver white, like Adra. Arismital says, Arismital says, it was in the middle of a forest, atop a great plateau. The sky was clear, mist blanketing the trees. As she kneels before you on the ground, she whispers to you, hoarsely, and even fainter with the distance between you.
The stone of the plateau. Its color. Tell me its color.
Arismital says, Wait, I don't remember the color. What did I read earlier? Was it silver like Adra? Is it a plateau of granite carved into a tower? Or was it a desert rock copper-colored arch blasted by the sun? Let's choose number 2. I remember the Adra bits. Arismital says, it was silver Adra, its surface warmed by the sun. As you watch her hands rise before her, she clasps them, then cups them, as if feeling them for the first time, and she stares down into the cradle of her hands, and the chimes sound once, twice as they swing with the movement.
And what did these hands hold?
Again she speaks sharp, hoarse. Arismital says, a newborn child. There is a sudden intake of breath and then a release. Her eyes blur close, forming into slits. But in the brief glimpse you have of her changing expression, the rippling pain in her features seem to have smoothed. She swallows once, twice, and then you feel her once again in your thoughts, the rasping husk of her voice swallowed and drawn within her.
It was the birthing bell you saw. Has it been so long? Have I forgotten so much?
There is surprise, followed by a rising horror swirling beneath the words. With the words comes a river of impulses, thoughts, as if loosed from a breaking dam. And as your mind rubs the impulses into words, you realize it is her muscles and her hardened thoughts relaxing and breathing again. There is such an intensity you almost want to step back from the flow, but you find the wave of impulses cause questions to float to the surface. Among them is a name, Watcher. Arismital asks, what is the birthing bell?
It is a plateau formed of the spirit stone Audra. At its top is set a great bell, cradled in the reaching arm of the plateau. It stirs in the wind, and it sounds for leagues when struck by kith hands.
Sounds for leagues? So if someone strike the plateau, the sound travels leagues? How many kilometers are leagues?
In distant times, the great bell served as a Glanfathan watchtower, perhaps. Why they abandoned it, I do not know. Other men came in time, settlers, and claimed the tower as their own. I, in turn, claimed it from them. The pillar became a cradle where I could draw new souls into the world.
Wait, the grieving mother can draw new souls into the world? Really? Arismital asks, in your memory, were you helping a woman give birth? If she can draw souls, if she can draw new souls, maybe she can help cure the holoborn phenomena. Right? Drawing new souls and put them into holoborn babies. This is great. But I guess it has to be done at the birthing bell, and not just anywhere. Perhaps. Arismital asks, in your memory, were you helping a woman give birth?
Yes. Yet, I believe you only saw a small part of the birthing ritual. It is not all in a moment, nor in a day. It is a journey of many years between the child, the mother, and I.
There was much I could do to aid the mother, some sort of physical comforts of ritual, to steady their thoughts, even Adra from the bell. Others would seek advice, words of counsel for the days ahead. I was able to provide draughts, tinctures, and a reading of the child's spirit, all to strengthen the mother. Arismital asks, Can you tell me about the birthing ritual?
The ritual was one of many steps. It took many tens of years to carve them, but always the child's thoughts were there to guide me from the moment it began to awaken, to the 3 seasons within the mother, to the birthing day, and the years to follow. The child's thoughts, that is where it began.
Wait, so in the game's universe, women do not carry the baby for 9 months, but more than 9 months? Really?
The expectant mother, I could often sense her thoughts and those of her child before she could. I would soothe her, free her from the panic of questions. I would sound the memory of the birthing bell atop the plateau in her mind, letting the memory of the vibrations fill my thoughts and hers. Often, the child's soul could hear it too, so the sound of the bell echoed in the mother's thoughts.
Arismital asks, you sense the mother's thoughts? Grieving mother says, sharing memories and thoughts can bond lives together, as can hardships, and most of all the sharing of what is familiar. The bell itself provided shelter for such thoughts, opportunities to see deep into the crevasse, hollows in the rock where one could find shelter, clefts where you could feel the adra all around you. As she speaks, you feel your legs bent, crossed, and the warmth of walls around you, and blankets woven thick beneath you. The grieving mother continues. Such shared images can bond souls even tighter, and allow them to draw strength from each other. Arismital asks, you mentioned the ritual lasted years. What would happen after the birth? Grieving mother says, once the pain is channeled away, and the mother and child breathe again, I sound the birthing bells on my wrists, and allow the mother to hear the child's thoughts, the ringing echoing in each other's thoughts. Okay, hold up. So in this game's universe, women carry baby in their womb for years before they give birth? Wow. Grieving mother says, the bells open the way between them. Let her feelings pass into the newborn and let her feel the child in return. And when the feelings met, that is when I weave another memory and leave it tied in their minds. Arismital asks, did these bells play an important role in the birthing process? Grieving mother says yes, and for years after, I gave a set to the child after delivery. It is a reminder of the memory that the mother and child shared. You feel an odd sensation, a warmth, and you can feel a smile being shared. Then it flickers and it is gone. Grieving mother continues. As the bells coax the child forth, so they accompany the child onwards, fastened about the wrists to care for him in mind and body. There is no magic in it except the magic of practicality. If a child sought to leave their cradles or escape their cribs, the mother could know through the warning of the chimes alone. At times, if the bond was strong, so would I. The sensation of a smile comes again, slower, more knowing between you. Grieving mother says, if not watched, children, much trouble may be had from tiny hands. The chimes are kept until the child needs them no longer. When I no longer can hear them sounding in my mind, I know their spirit has changed, and the bonds we share are long gone. This shedding may last many years, or but a few, but it is necessary. Arismital asks, okay, so the caring of the child itself may not necessarily be years. Maybe it's 9 months, like we have, but then after birth, the connection lasts for years. That's maybe why the grieving mother says the process takes years. Arismital asks, you watch over these children for years after their births? Grieving mother says children are fragile things. Even the ties of blood and mind may not be enough. They must be watched, and even then the body may fail the mind. But if watched, even the most sickly child may cling to life if determined enough, and many of their souls were tied to me. If a child's spirit failed, I could sound the chimes in their mind and grant them strength even from afar. It did not always serve, but it gave hope. Arismital says, it sounds like you've seen tragedy too. Like the Bee Gees? Grieving mother says, enough to never wish to feel it again. In the times before the bell, children who died were cast upon the waters of the lake beyond the bell. Sometimes while alive, if their paths and futures were deemed weak. It was a different time. Children were treated carelessly. Those times are past. Okay. So even if they were alive, they will be thrown to the lake if their futures were deemed weak. Interesting. Hadis Mittal says, I have other questions about the birthing bell. Where is the birthing bell located? Grieving mother says, the birthing bell lies deep in the great forests of the Deerwood, at the borders of Glenfathan lands surrounding it. Barely a town, not one you would find on any map, but it held an important place for those there. Even if we were far from the beaten track, small families tied like a knot, joined at the wrists in mind, in thought. All were welcome, all had purpose. Arismital asks, why would you give a telling of a child's spirit?
Many would come seeking their child's future, or a reading into the child's past, the lives its soul is said to have lived.
There is a slow chill, and for a moment, it seems as if she is going to fade from your vision, as if she can't bear to be seen, and there is a spike of fear, alarm.
Such things are not mine to see. I meant no offense.
Oddly enough, it feels like she's not speaking to you. It feels like she's speaking to an audience. The air takes on a curious edge, a chill, which persists for a sharp moment, then fades into a dull fear. You feel the word watcher resounding in her mind. Arismital says, you're frightened. Something about watchers. As the thought of watchers crosses your mind, you feel a sharp pain, stabbing, and the sudden burn of flashes across your back and shoulder, and then it is gone. And you feel the grieving mother before you, silent, almost fearful, wary.
I was something else, but because the title Watcher was cast on me, the word carried a weight I had neither earned nor deserved. The world seems filled with such titles. They distract, I think, from the actions of the person, from their strengths.
Arismital asks, why did you believe you were a watcher?
The world has many corners, and in some corners the name Watcher is more known. It is an easier title than others, and at times it is easier to wear. Placing a title upon what is unknown can dispel the fear of it, and I did not fight it. I even believed it true, though I knew little of the ways of Watchers. It even granted me strength. I was able to see the thoughts of others, shape them, and help guide souls. Watcher seemed enough, and the name seemed to matter little in the light of one's acts.
Arismital says, but if they came to you to read their child's souls, what did you tell them?
I drew upon the present. I felt the soul of the mother before me, and used that to tell the child's path. to give it a voice. If only the thoughts of the mother and the emotions that lie beneath were mine to impart. I did, and so I used that as the telling of their child's future.
Arismital asks, what if it turned out to be untrue? Arismital, should I choose number 2? Arismital asks, and what if the mother's emotions were painful, hurtful?
One must guard oneself when drawing upon the thoughts of another. The pain of a mother's rage and disdain. It can be a powerful poison.
Arismital says, you sound like you speak from experience.
Yes, and I live with that weakness still. I have learned to shield myself from such edged thoughts, strip them away, and to tell a clearer picture of the child.
Arismital says, so you shaped their thoughts, made their readings true.
This is my calling, to show them the life I see before them, and even greater, make them believe it.
Arismital asks, why would you do such a thing?
Even the most strongly worded tells may not be enough to save a child and allow it to be born. If I have the strength to strip away the stem of a mother's spite to expose kindness, weave nurturing from disdain and neglect, then that is my calling. And with the weight of Watcher behind my thoughts, these tells gain strength I never possessed on my own. They believed, and what they believed became the truth. With each child that was set upon that path, the title of Watcher became stronger. You must understand, without such weight upon my words, many lives would have been lost, drowned, cast in the lake beyond the bell. Now the trail to the lake is lost and reclaimed by the forest, as was meant. A Watcher was not there to look over us, but it was a Watcher that saved them, and with a Watcher's strength, children were born, were cared for, and grew strong.
Arismital holds no opinion about her intention. Arismital is indifferent. However, Arismital wants to clarify that what she was doing is not a reading, it is control. Though not necessarily good or bad, Arismital just wants to point it out. Arismital says, to inflict your will on another, that is not reading, that is control.
What use is a frightened will when a spirit is at stake? Would you let the fears of a mother end her newborn's life? You felt it in the memory, the weight of it, the importance of the child's life. It was a memory we shared.
Arismital asks, that memory, it's not the truth, is it? And suddenly, there is a rasping cry across your consciousness. She raises her hands, and you see the chimes drape from them, yet they make no sound as she moves.
A greater good was done, and children were saved. It is a choice you may be forced to make one day, and when faced with it, you will make the same one.
It depends on the situation, though. Was it? It depends on the situation. I have a feeling that this writing refers to a real-life issue that the current modern era is facing. The debate about that thing. What would Aris Mittal say, though? He's a nobleman from Examital Plains. I doubt he has experienced situations where he have to make hard choices. But traveling away from home, even with his riches and resources supporting him, he experienced and see new things. Especially after becoming the Lord of Kaidnua, he learns to see not just from the position of a lord, but also as an adventurer, seeing and talking to the common folk. And so Aris Mittal concluded that the choice that he will make in such situation, as explained by the grieving mother, will be depending on the situation and condition. So Aris Mittal will choose to answer with number 3. Aris Mittal says, when that happens, I'll be making my own choice. The choice might be in accordance, in alignment of the grieving mother's view, or it may be in opposition, depending on the situation and condition. However, in general, Aris Mittal would agree with the grieving mother. But Aris Mittal also cannot guarantee that he will make the same decision over and over again. So that's why he's going to answer with choice number 3. Aris Mittal says, when that happens, I'll be making my own choice. It doesn't have to be necessarily against your choice, grieving mother. It might be the choice that you agree.
This choice is not yours to make, Watcher. You will do as the world needs, as its children need. It is greater than you and your twist of sight.
I appreciate your opinion, your view. Aris Mittal will take it into his mind. He will ponder upon this issue, this topic. Aris Mittal says, I want to discuss something different. Aris Mittal asks, I heard the name Watcher in your thoughts when you remembered the birthing bell. Why?
It is because I once believed I was one, and others believed I was one.
There is a slow chill and for a moment it seems as if she's going to fade from your vision, as if she can't bear to be seen. Aris Mittal asks, what did you believe? You were a watcher. Grieving Mother says, the world has many corners, and in some corners the name Watcher is more known. It is an easier title than others, and at times it is easier to wear. Placing a title upon what is unknown can dispel the fear of it, and I did not fight it. I even believed it true, Though I knew little of the way of watchers, it even granted me strength. I was able to see the thoughts of others, shape them, and help guide souls. Watchers seemed enough, and the names seemed to matter little in the light of one's acts. Arismetal says, there is another name for someone with your abilities. Grieving Mother says, I see the word cipher in your mind, and see its meaning, although I did not train in such things. And the title feels more of a cloak the world casts on me and judges me for. It is curious how a title such as that can define one and at times be the source of such emotion that comes from no one but the voices of others. It is a curse of the world. Arismetal asks, do you know anything about watchers? Grieving Mother says, I feel that they were once marked, hated. Such hate feels deemed now, I can feel it. Other hatreds have risen for other titles, but they burn bright in the past. Now hates have shifted focus, and they may fall on the same again, either you or me. So this conversation implies that the Grieving Mother is a cipher, not a watcher. It implies that there is a distinct between a cipher and a watcher. I guess the difference is a cipher can delve into one's mind, while a watcher can speak to dead souls. Like when Arismetal conversed with Caldara de Beranza back in Gilded Vale. Interesting. Arismetal says that's all.
Your mind comes bearing questions, Watcher.
Arismetal says farewell. Good day to you.
I must say, I'm impressed.
I cannot keep up this pace.
Azuro has arrived, offering to sell you Scath Guanek for 3,200 CP. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervene. What is a Scath Guanek?
I shall.
Commander Cleaver says, "How may I be of assistance?" Arismital says, "Was there more you needed me to do?"
Dunstan will complete the first squad of Forge Knights in no time. Now the High Justice will want to have his Forge Masters at Fleetbreaker Castle create more. I've made a copy of Viana's research, and the High Justice has sent a courier to Anslog's Compass to retrieve it. The dozens have gotten too active for the courier to come to Defiance Bay, and after Viana's kidnapping, we've got to assume they know about our plans. That's why I'm sending you to deliver the research. You shouldn't be recognizable to the dozens. Yet.
Commander Cleaver points the finger of one polished gauntlet at you. Adair says, "Not much the dozens do recognize, other than things that make them feel threatened." Commander Cleaver says, "But after this, I expect they'll learn of your association with us, and they won't be too happy about it. Neither will the Dominals." He snorts. "They are trying to expand the family business, and they resent us for standing in the way. I need someone I can trust, and you've proven your integrity both in my service and in Defiance Bay." Arismital says, "Consider it done. For Aris's own benefit, and the benefit of Kait Nua."
Anslog's Compass is a small lagoon just north of Defiance Bay. Your contact will be a commander named Arenroad. She'll meet you by the docks. Return to me when you've finished. The High Justice has made the expansion of the Forge Knights his top priority, which means it's mine as well.
Commander Arenroad. Is this commander related to Fallenroad, the dragon hunter? Commander Cleaver says, Commander Aranrod is scheduled to arrive at Anselok's compass presently. The sooner she can return to Fleetbreaker Castle with the research, the better. Adesmittel says, I understand that the Crucible Knights are attending the Animancy hearings at the palace.
Indeed. Duke Avar looks to the Knights for prudent counsel as well as defense. I suspect our future as a city and a nation will depend in no small part on how we handle this matter.
Commander Cleaver clasps his hands behind his back. Adesmittel asks, what do you think about Animancy? Commander Cleaver says, we'd be fools not to investigate it further. I've seen what those researchers in Breckenberry can do. Building constructs, diagnosing soul maladies, harnessing raw essence. There's great potential. Detractors say that it's too dangerous, that it angers the gods, superstition and nonsense. There are risks to delving into souls, of course, but the greater risk lies with doing nothing at all while the legacy eats away at us. Regarding the legacy, the Hollowborn, there is this woman I call the Grieving Mother. I think she can help draw new souls into this world. We just need to find this birthing bell. Location. Adesmittel asks. Adesmittel says, tell me about the hearings. Commander Cleaver gives you a gruff frown. They're progressing slower than I'd like. The dozens raise a ruckus whenever anyone so much as mentions Animancy, and the Dominals are obfuscating matters on purpose. Nevertheless, I'm confident Ivar will see reason eventually. Adesmittel says, I need an audience with Duke Ivar. I'd like to attend the hearings. Commander Cleaver says, I'd like to help you, but I cannot until I see to the High Justice's directive. Orders are orders even for me. Was there something else I can do for you? Adesmittel says, about that invitation to the Animancy hearings. Okay. Later, goodbye. Saida, how are you doing? Are you taken a liking living in this place? I hope you're doing alright. See you later.
Feels like I've been tossed around in a snowstorm.
Aran Road says, you there. Did Commander Cleaver send you?
Well met, friend.
The woman sizes you up, squinting in the darkness. You've come from the Crucible Keep, I take it. I was told you'd have something for me. Aris Mittal says, tell me about what's happening at Fleetbreaker Castle. Aranroid's eyes narrow, but she eventually shrugs. You're obviously helping Commander Cleaver, so I suppose I can tell you. The High Justice has been gathering forces there. This mess with the legacy, the unrest, and the men eating corpses all over the Deerwood. It isn't going away anytime soon. And the Dozens are using this as an opportunity for a power grab. Aranroid straightens. We've got to build up strength to defend the Deerwood, as well as our position here. And with these Forge Knights at our disposal, we'll be unstoppable. Arismittal asks, what's your role in this? Aranroid says, I'm a commander stationed at Fleetbreaker Castle. I was sent to retrieve the research by the High Justice himself. She leans closer. And since you know what this research is all about, you can imagine how eager I am to get it back to the castle quickly and quietly. Arismittal gave Aranroid Viana's research. Here it is. Aranroid says, excellent. I should get this back to the High Justice before. She looks over your shoulder at the sound of approaching footsteps. She continues, too late. Get ready. Padebald. This man's face is twisted into a snarl. Are you mad? You hold the secrets to one of the foulest examples of animancy, and you want to hand it over to the Crucible Knights? Padebald shakes his head. It's an abomination. Caged souls used as weapons, and you'd give these silk stockings an army of them. Well, Padebald, I'm doing this for the benefit of Kaet Nua and myself. Padebald raises his axe, tightening his grip around the haft. I can let you do this. The research must be destroyed. Requirement not met. What is the requirement? What is the requirement? Requirement not met. Adopt combat stance. Stoic. Padebald says kill them all. Aranroid wipes her blade on the lining of her cape. I'll take that as our cue to leave. With the Dozens growing so bold, there's no time to waste. Aranroid strides back toward the waiting boat. Give my regards to the commander, and watch your back out here.
sleep would do me good.
The Forge Knight are hostile?
Ready, Watcher.
I'm here.
Wait, what about the little girl, Saida? I didn't see her in the training room. Is she alright? Is she fine? Dang it. Okay, Saida is not here. Willa also not here. Where are they? I hope Willa took Saida to safety.
Yes?
Dunstan turns from the forge. What? You are not at the forge. Why do you turn from the forge? Goodbye. Do you see Saida?
One minute, my justiciars were training the Forge Knights. In the next, they were being cut to pieces.
Commander Cleaver wipes a streak of blood from his forehead. Okay, I know that. Where is Saida? Where is Saida, the little girl that I rescued from Heritage Hill? I mean Arismital and his companions rescued. Where is she? Is she fine?
But the survivors owe their lives to your skill. You fought valiantly, worthy of any seasoned soldier. In fact, I'm naming you an honorary justiciar. As a reward for your service, please accept this blade and armor, worthy of a Knight of the Crucible. If there's anything else I can do for you, you need only ask.
Commander Cleaver turns to you, his gaze tempered by respect. Okay, I don't care about that. Arismital wants to know where Saida is.
I'll send word to Fleetbreaker Castle immediately. We clearly didn't understand the Forge Knights as well as we thought. For now, we'll have to continue recruiting the old-fashioned way.
Commander Cleaver scratches his graying beard. Arismital says, that might be for the best. The Forge Knights are obviously too unpredictable to use safely. Yeah, think about it this way. It is the Leaden Key's activity by activating the device that makes babies born without souls. Now, if I remember, I think I read somewhere, or maybe one of the characters talked about it, that Forge Knight, or at least what I learned from the Endless Path of Otnua, things like that require soul to be put into the Forge Knight. So imagine if all the souls, if many of the souls are used in a Forge Knight and not returned to the wheel, then there's going to be another Hollowborn epidemic. I mean, we are currently living the epidemic of Hollowborn. But creating Forge Knights, they require souls, right? Wouldn't it be making the Hollowborn epidemic worse than it already is? Or at least ensuring that there is no way to end it? Because assuming the Hollowborn epidemic can be reversed, but if on the other hand they are using souls to create Forge Knights, then those souls are not returning to the wheel. At least from what I learned in Endless Path of Otnua, or maybe it was a character saying, maybe it was Dunstan, I don't remember. Devices like Forge Knight requires soul. So yeah, it's just replicating the Hollowborn epidemic by not allowing the souls to return to the wheel. Arismital says that might be for the best. The Forge Knights are obviously too unpredictable to use safely.
Knowing how firmly you stand by your principles, I'm glad you agree with my assessment of the situation. And if I'd listened to Dunstan, none of this would have happened in the first place. I won't make that mistake again.
Commander Cleaver nods. Commander Cleaver says, was there something else I can do for you? Arismital says, about that invitation to the Animancy hearings. Commander Cleaver says, and we'll be glad to have you with us. Ivar will no doubt find your presence persuasive, and we need all possible support to see that he gives Animancy a fair chance. Do I want to give Animancy a fair chance? Okay, what is the implication if Animancy is not being given a fair chance? Will they group Watchers together in the same category as Animancer? If it is, then if Animancy is not given a chance, then I risk having Arismital being put on the, some kind of a blacklist because a Watcher is clumped up together with an Animancer. Or if a Watcher is not seen as the same thing as an Animancer, then maybe there are reasons to not give Animancy a fair chance. I'm not sure what to pick. Arismital says, I'll make sure he sees reason. Commander Cleaver says, was there something else I can do for you? Goodbye. Return to Breckenbury and speak to Lady Webb at Hardred House about attending the hearings, alright? I hope Saida is alright. I hope she's safe.
We'll fare better if we get some sleep.
I wonder, Lady Ailis, is she here in the sanitarium? Let's check it out. I thought I remember Lord Haron said he's going to take Ailis to Breckenbury. So I guess he meant the sanitarium to cure her mind from Wimun's machinations.
Hail, traveler.
Hello!
Good day to you.
Arismital says Helig is dead, for good. Moedred lets out a long breath. Then I can rest easy. You've done a great service for Animansi, for the sanitarium, and for me. Thank you. Arismital says, glad to be of help. Farewell.
How do you do?
Moedred looks up from his scroll, yes? Why is Kaidman Azzo still here? The head warden Ethel Moer said that Kaidman Azzo can no longer work here for what he has done with the patients. So why is he still here? Why is he still here? Why didn't the head warden expel this man? Did the head warden change his mind? Weird. Where is Lady Eilis? She isn't here. Maybe Lord Haron wanted to treat her at the privacy of their own home. That could be. Maybe Lord Haron acquire an Animancer service, and then the Animancer has to come to their home to treat Lady Eilis, instead of admitting Lady Eilis into the sanitarium. Yes, of course. If you have the money, you would want to pay extra for the comfort of getting treatment at your own home.
Well met, friend.
How fares your search?
Arismital says, if I'm going to do this for you, I think it's time you told me everything about Thaos.
I've told you everything you need to know.
Arismital says, but not everything.
It's only right that you know everything. When I was younger, before Dunreed Row, I had many suitors. These were fine-looking men of good stock, but I could see their thoughts, and they were unimpressive. Boys' thoughts. I toyed with their affections. I resented all of them.
Lady Webb looks down at her hands, lost in thought. She shakes her head. A rattling sigh struggles to escape her throat.
And then I met a man whose mind was a mystery to me. But he understood me. He knew me at a glance, told me things I didn't know about myself. He was neither handsome nor charming, but he was all I ever wanted.
Arismital says, you're talking about Thaos.
We made a game of my gift. He would ask me about people, and I would tell him what they were thinking. Sometimes the information was very sensitive. And then one day he asked me if I trusted him. I said I did. Next I knew I was donning a silver mask and swearing oaths to Woodica. Using my gift for the leaden key still felt like a game to me, so I did it. I did it because it pleased him.
Arismital says, but it didn't last.
I don't like living in the dark. It's a powerless, hopeless feeling. Every day I did things without knowing their purpose. Every day I loved a man without knowing his thoughts of me. I sensed that there were things he wanted to tell me. I sensed that he knew everything the leaden key was created to hide. But Thaos was unyielding.
Lady Webb says, one day I disappeared without a word. He would kill me for it, and I knew that. It's their rule. I just wanted to see him plunge the knife, because then I would know. But the day never came. He has left me to wander.
I have devoted my years to learning everything I could about him, in hopes I would find some clue as to who he really was and why he felt he had to keep his secrets locked away. I have precious little to show for it. Just an old woman nagged by old thoughts.
Lady Webb rubs at a smudge on her left palm. But at least we know that Thaos serves Woidica. But to what end? Who was it? Was it Eorn who said it? Or was it the NPCs in the catacombs that said it? But I do remember a character in the game, an NPC, says something along the lines that Boudica will administer judgments or justice to everyone, including the gods. Or maybe it was a book I read before. So, if that is true, what happened between Woidica and the other gods? Interesting. Lady Webb looks back up at you. And that is truly everything I can tell you about Thaos. I hope you will accept this embarrassing story as a show of my good faith. Arismittel says, I have other questions.
Yes?
I want to discuss the animancy hearings at the palace.
What of them?
Arismittel says, the Knights of the Crucible have accepted me into their delegation.
Good. Avar Wolfgren looks to the Crucible Knights as a voice of reason and order. Speaking from their section should lend you credibility with him.
Arismittel doesn't really much care about order and reason coming from the Crucible Knights. He just ally with them because it's the most beneficial for him and Kaid Nua.
You need waste no more time here. Get to the palace. Make your case to the Duke. With him on our side, all of Deerwood can be mobilized against the Leaden Key, and Theos can be rooted out. I only wish I could be there to see it. There is a very old bottle of a very good brandy that I have been saving for a special day. If you hurry back afterward, there may be a little left for you. Off with you. You're going to do very well in there.
Lady Webb smiles thinly. Why not smile thickly?
What of them? You should be on your way to the palace. I haven't left this room in decades. You know where to find me afterward if you want to make small talk with an old woman.
long has it been since we made camp?
Justiciar says, a place has been reserved for you on the balcony, Arismital. Go to the upper floor. Justiciar says, we received word from Commander Cleaver that you would be attending Arismital. The balcony has been opened for you. Duke Ivar Wolf Green. The room below is animated amidst a heated debate. All the representative groups are easily discerned in the crowd. Crucible knights, stiff in their noisy armor, sit in one section. In another are well-dressed members of House Dominal, casual, watching with a predator's interest. Still elsewhere are the ramshackle dozens, who have made no special effort to dress up for their liege lord. Interspersed are animancers in their academics' robes with the expressions either sour or concerned.
Well then, answer me this, Master Barash. If you animancers represent our best hope to cure the legacy, what progress can you demonstrate?
At the back of the chamber sits the Duke, sprawled in his throne, worn down but alert and feisty nonetheless.
As I've said, it isn't about progress, it's about potential.
Ramir di Barash.
My house would agree, Your Grace. We see great potential in its future.
Dirla Dominal. How many Dominals are there in that family?
And I suppose your blazing profits during the legacy don't have nothing to do with that, do they, Dominel? You can't have it both ways no more! Animancy goes, or this country goes!
Eadric Morley. I'm guessing this one is from the dozens?
So you admit, Master Barask, that animancy is no closer to stopping the legacy than it ever was.
Taragith Beorsen. I'm assuming from the armor that she is with the Crucible Knights?
No, we've had many promising experiments. Cadman Azo has shown...
I guess this Ramir di Barash doesn't know yet that Kaidman Azo has done horrible things towards the patients, and the head warden had said that Kaidman Azo cannot work there anymore, although in practice Kaidman Azo is still there in the sanitarium. So I wonder why does head warden Ethel Moer changed his mind?
Cadman Azo murdered a child. For a complete failure. We should be hanging him right now for what he done. The dozens won't stand for it.
This actually is the work of Thaos X Arcanon. If Kaidman Azo should be blamed, he should be blamed for his actions towards the other patients. I'm assuming Edric Morley is referring to the failed demonstration.
The experiment failed, yes, but his work.
Arismital says his work was sabotaged, but doesn't change the fact that Kaidman Azo did bad things to the other patients after the failed experiments that made the head warden decide to not have Kaidman Azo anymore, at least once before.
Ah, our new delegate from the Knights of the Crucible. What makes you say sabotage?
All at once the attendees turned their faces toward you, a mishmash of judgment and incredulity. Only the Duke, a white-looking man with a scraggly beard, seems unfazed by your interruption. Arismital says, I met a false patient in Brackenbury Sanitarium who had tampered with Azo's machinery.
The fuck's that even matter? These are people who would toy with the lives of our children!
Indeed. Even assuming there was sabotage, is this Animancer Azo not still accountable here?
Yeah, well, Azo was not accountable for the sabotage, but he is accountable for his other actions. Let's see, is there a choice here that closest match that conclusion? Yeah, I mean, Kaidman Azo he was sabotaged by Thaos, but it doesn't mean that his actions afterwards towards the other patients are not true. They are true. That's why Head Warden Ethelmore was shocked when I told him about his experiments on the patients. I don't want to blanket blame the whole of the Animancers, but I don't think it is wise to keep Kaidman Azo free from accountability. But the options presented here is either or. It's 1 and 0, no in between. Either I hold him guilty or I hold him innocent. The options doesn't allow me for nuance. I don't like these choices. Dang it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if this... Arismital says, yes, he is. Kaidman Azo's ambitions exceeded his ethics. Oh, okay. Oh, thank goodness Aloth agrees with me. I thought I make the wrong decision. I believe Aloth to have a more level-mindedness than me. Well, Aloth and Kana and Sagani, Durans and Eder, not so much. But Aloth, Kana and Sagani, those three's opinions are worth considering, in my opinion. Aloth whispers between gritted teeth. After the farce we saw at the sanitarium, I couldn't agree more.
Exactly! Look at what happened in Heritage Hill. Our supposed protectors from Crucible Keep can't even clean up the messes Animancy leaves!
Well, but Arismittal and his companions cleaned up the messes, so it's not like all hope is lost. The device has been destroyed. All you need to do is rebuild Heritage Hill now. Please take things at the correct measure. Don't go overboard, Eadric Morley.
Your Grace, we'd have a much easier time of it if our knights weren't so occupied trying to keep their organization from igniting a revolution on our very doorstep.
Okay. This doesn't sound good. The development of this hearing.
Heritage Hill is blood on your hands, Justiciar! You turn a blind eye, and look what happens!
Should I pick number one? Number one is more truth. It's true the Crucible Knights were unable to control the damage, but it was not animancy, that is true. However, option number two, it leaves out the Crucible Knights. Option number two leaves out the fact that the Crucible Knights were unable to clean up Heritage Hill. It requires Arismittal and his companions to finally clean up Heritage Hill. I think the closest to what really happened is number one. Arismittal says, I've been to Heritage Hill since the quarantine. Though the knights were unable to control the damage, it was not animancy, but an ancient machine that caused it. Okay, let's think it clearly. The Crucible Knights did quarantine the Heritage Hill. Does that constitute as control or not? Maybe. Does control mean quarantining Heritage Hill? Or does control mean cleaning up the messes in Heritage Hill? If it's the latter, then yeah, Crucible Knights failed in doing that. If it's the former, Crucible Knights did exactly that, quarantining Heritage Hill. So what kind of control are you talking about? I'm confused. Arismittal says, I've been to Heritage Hill since the quarantine. Though the knights were unable to control the damage, it was not animancy, but an ancient machine that caused it. Well, isn't this contradictory? The fact that Crucible Knights quarantine Heritage Hill means that the Crucible Knights indeed control the damage by not allowing it to spread outside Heritage Hill. Isn't option number one contradictory? The first sentence and the second sentence contradict each other. So should I choose option number two? I believe no one could have foreseen this event. No one could have foreseen an old device being activated and causes the undead to rise. No one could have foreseen it. And the Crucible Knights did what they could, quarantining the area, seeing that they are having to deal with refugees, and and keep order. The fact that they're still able to quarantine Heritage Hill and not allowing whatever monstrosity there to spill outside Heritage Hill, I think that's good enough. No one could have foreseen this. Maybe I should give them some slack and choose number 2. Arismital says, the Crucible Knights are blameless here. This was not the workings of animancy, but an ancient device in Teir Noneth.
You've some strange taste in travels, friend. The height of your tales expands with every breath.
Wait, come on, my dear Duke, are you saying I'm lying? No, I'm not. Arismital says, my word is my oath. I challenge anyone here to find someone who knows different.
I had heard whispers of a new delegate set to attend today's hearing. I admit that your candor was mentioned more than once. Tell us what you saw in Heritage Hill.
Arismital says, Teir Noneth houses an Engwithan machine that holds dominion over the flow of souls. It was this machine that made the district undead. Kana says, do you think that was the machine's purpose, or just a dire side effect? Kana shudders. But then, why would the Engwithans build such a machine after all? At all? I don't know, Kana, I don't know.
Even if it is as you say, we have testimony that a group of animancers had been spending time there. Surely their tinkering had something to do with this.
Should I use my intellect or should I use my perception? But from the diary or the journal of one of the researchers at Teir Noneth, it is clear that they saw, or one of them saw, a robed figure, a hooded figure or something like that. So this is clear, it's not the doing of the researchers. Well, it's not clear, but judging from what happened in Silan Lis and what happened at Slieban Rilag, I'm more inclined to think that what happened in Teir Noneth is also the work of a leaden key. So what should I choose then? Arismital says, their presence doesn't prove cause. This testimony is not evidence. It is a guess. Or should I say, they followed ambition blindly, taking few precautions and allowing personal feelings to get in the way of solving the problem. This is what happened though. This is what happened between Ikantha and the researcher. However, what happened between Ikantha and the researcher are between them too. I have no evidence to suggest that it is widespread amongst the animancers. I mean the fact that they had more than Ethel... I'm sorry, let me repeat. I mean the fact that the head warden Ethel Moer was shocked by what Kaitman Azu did shows that the animancers are supposed to hold some kind of ethics. The head warden was shocked about Kaitman Azu's escapades. So yeah, maybe I should choose number 1. Arismital says, their presence doesn't prove cause. This testimony is not evidence. It is a guess.
Animancy has many enemies. You need only look around this room to see it.
Shut up, Ramir de Barash. Well, it's not that I hate you, but you're not in a position to talk. You have to reflect. Well, sorry, I take back my word. You have the right to speak. But you also have to... Never mind.
You're missing the point! Everywhere there's animancers, there's disaster!
Interesting. I would like to hear his story. I would like to hear Eadric Morley's story. So far, I've been dealing so much with Dunrid Row and the Crucible Knights. The Crucible Knights employs animancy to create Forge Knights, or their attempt to create Forge Knights. Dunrid Row is a group of ciphers who I think is not that much different with animancy. So maybe I need to hear this Adric Morley's side of the story. Maybe he has experiences regarding his claim about everywhere there's animancers, there's a disaster. I want to hear his story.
We all know what Widewind's legacy's really about. And it ain't about some sparkling saint from Creed Ceres who's mad because he took a stroll down the wrong bridge!
No. The White One's legacy, the Hollowborn, happened because of the Leaden Key agents. But I cannot prove that. I only see it from exploring the soul that is left at Slieban Rilag. That their intention of activating the device is to create the Hollowborn epidemic. But again, that's what I saw. But I cannot bring what I saw into the reality as proof. How can I do that? Duran says, wrong breach indeed.
It's about a bunch of so-called intellectuals fucking with the natural order while the rest of us gotta suffer for it!
Well, he's not wrong. I'm sure there are animancers who are like that. Example, Kaitman Azo. The problem is, can there be a system? Can the Duke create a system of check and balances so the animancers don't go out of control?
Is it, though? Should we not take the time to reach a clear conclusion? I mean, what proof do we have?
I cannot take her words with much value. Dominals are for profit. Not much different from Arismetal, who chose to side with the Crucible Knights. And because of that, Arismetal understands the profit motive of House Dominals.
My son and daughter are buried beneath the floor of my house. We don't own no land, so that's where we lay them. My son, my wife let him slip when she was bathing him. Got water in his lungs, he couldn't cough up. My daughter, we put her to bed one night, and the next morning she wasn't breathing. This Hollowborn thing, it ain't ending. And it ain't ending because we still let these charlatans play God. There's your proof, you damn copper fucker!
I'm sorry for what happened to your children, but I fail to see the correlation between his son getting water in his lungs because he slept while bathing has anything to do with animancy. I don't see the correlation with that. But maybe I shouldn't express this out loud. I think he's grieving. I think he's grieving and he has the right to be. But I don't see the connection between his son getting drowned while bathing with animancy. Unless his son has a history of being... I don't know, let's hear more.
Enough, Adric. Lady Dominel makes a point. If it's animancy, then why do the other states that permit the practice not suffer the same fate? Who among us can say he truly understands why the legacy has taken hold here?
Arismital says, I can. The crowd begins to mutter, the sound taking a doubtful character. Oh, come on. Duran says, right idea, Watcher. Taking this hearing by the curly ones, don't waste your chance. Arismital says, White One's legacy is the creation of the leaden key. Kaidman Azo's downfall was their work, as was the tower in Heritage Hill. They want you to do this. They want animancy to fall. The dull muttering expands into a din of skepticism that fills the hall. Arismital says, I have seen them in the ruins of Eirglanfath, operating machines that disrupt and redirect the flow of souls near towns like Gilded Vale and Dirford, where the legacy is universal. As a watcher, I have heard their dead confess their plots. They are stealing the souls of the unborn. Yes, that's what happened. That's what happened at Sliabanrilag.
Beasts. Another lunatic at the hearing. Did you remember to lock your sanitarium before you left, Master Barask?
The room laughs. Okay, is this Tara Githbjornsen with the Crucible Knights? I think so, judging from her armor. Oh my god, choice number 5. Choice number 5 is if he did, for your husband's sake, I hope he at least left a brothel unlocked. What? And choice number 3, birth invalids until your womb dries for all I care. The rest of these people will hear the truth. Okay. Option number 4. I don't like option number 4 because it uses even though it's a diplomatic choice, I don't like option number 4. It tries to appeal to... Okay, maybe option number 6. Arismital says, if, as the Duke says, no theory has more proof than any other, what is the harm in hearing one more?
You must know, friend, that the leaden key is a mantle for small-time ruffians and children at play. I'm not saying you're a liar. Not yet. But you'd better start making sense of all this. Help us believe you.
The Duke leans forward in his throne, a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Arismital says, If you know anything about me, you know this. I've been called many things, but never a liar. An honest witness is the best piece of evidence you have in this matter.
The only piece of evidence.
The only piece of evidence that doesn't send your kind to the gallows, you mean?
You've made an unexpected case, friend. I'll say that much. It seems we have a new possibility to consider, at the very least. How was it you came to learn all this?
Why is there a choice including the Crucible Knights? Why do I have a choice to say that the Knights of the Crucible are instrumental in my investigation? Arismital and his companions did all the work. Arismital says, I took a personal interest in the matter and tried to learn what I could.
Indeed. This land is foreign to you, unless I miss my guess. Your efforts on its behalf are to be commended.
The Duke raises his eyebrows. Well, yeah, this land is foreign to me. I'm from Examital Plains. But I'm also a Duke of Kaidnua. Just want to show off there. Well, not the Duke, I mean Athine, the Lord of Kaidnua.
But these hearings are about more than Widewind's legacy, even though that is our most pressing concern. Let's say for the moment that I were to take you at your word that our friends in Brackenbury Sanitarium and their peers bear no responsibility for this curse upon my country. I'm curious, what would you do if you were in my position?
I think option number 3 is the best choice here. I mean, allow animancy, but have it more restricted and controlled, so that... But if animancy is being restricted and controlled, that means the state has... That means the state monopolizes animancy. Right? The state, meaning in this case, the Dirwood government, or whatever form of government they have in Dirwood, if it is restricted and controlled, the state monopolizes it. I don't like monopolies, whether it's by the state or by private individuals. But I'm worried about cases like Kaitman Azo happening again, or like Bile Reach. Option number 3 will prevent or minimize cases like Kaitman Azo and Bile Reach from happening again, but at the same time, option number 3 will give the state exclusive forays into animancy, because I'm sure they will start giving list of approved animancers, and so those who are not in the approved list may not be able to pursue research of animancy. And I think this holding knowledge by the state is, I don't know. I don't like it either. But I also don't like that animancers are running wild and out of, running wild. Dang it, what should I choose? I'm not going to ban animancy. So the choice is between having animancers free reign or allowing animancy but under control and under restriction. The choice is these two. Which one is more beneficial for Aris Mittal? Let me think. Okay, if we're thinking from the point of view of profit, if animancy is being restricted and controlled, there's going to be a huge the supply for animancy experts will be lower than the demand for animancy experts, meaning the price of animancers can be driven high. And as a watcher whose ability I think is more potent than animancy or a cipher, I think this can play in the hands. I mean, this can be good for Aris Mittal. And those who want to pursue animancy, they can always do so in private, in secret, if they are not approved by the Duke. Heck, with Aris Mittal's resources, he might even provide certain animancers a place of refuge to do their research, if it's beneficial for Aris and Kaidnua. Even if the animancers involved are not on the approved list, we can always keep it a secret from the Duke's eyes. So I think I'm going to choose option number 3. Aris Mittal says, the animancers of Deerwood have been given too long a leash. The practice should be restricted and controlled. Let me think again. Personally, I'm not into this option number 3. But I have to remember, I have to keep my personal self away from this. I have to start thinking what would benefit Aris Mittal more out of all these options. If it's up to me, maybe I will just go with 1 or 2. But let's go with number 3, I guess. The animancers of Deerwood have been given too long a leash. The practice should be restricted and controlled. I'm sure in many areas where medicines are controlled, meaning that you have to have a license to be a doctor, to practice, etc. I'm sure in all these places there will be underground doctors, you know? I guess this rule will just deter as many as renegade animancers, but if they really want to do it, they can always do it underground. Not literally underground, but in secret. So yeah, I'll go with number 3. It's the most profitable for Aris. He can drive his watcher his watcher fee to a high price. If the demand is many and the supply is scarce. Arismetal says, the animancers of Deerwood have been given too long a leash. The practice should be restricted and controlled. Oh, Aloth made a good point. Aloth says, yeah, this is what I was going to choose if it's just up to me. I'm going to choose number 1 or 2. But Arismetal, I make him choose number 3. Aloth says, and just who would regulate it? Charlatans like Azo? Or fools like Ethel Moer? Clueless as to what goes on within their own walls? Yeah, you are right.
Very well. That is all I wish to hear. Not just from you, but from everyone. Many days we've been at this. It is time we put it to rest.
I'm sorry, Aloth. But option number 3 gives Aris a chance to increase his value. Like real estate, the more rare it is, the higher the price. I'm sorry, Aloth, but I will make sure that Arismetal will make up to it. Arismetal will dedicate a portion of his resources for the pursuit of animancy, knowledge, and research, free from the control of the Duke or Ethel Moer.
I want to thank the delegations for helping me to collect my thoughts. In particular, I want to thank our new delegate, who has given me much to think about, and who alerted me to a new enemy I had failed to see. The time has come to choose a direction for the Deerwood. I am ready to make my pronouncement. Ramir de Barash, representing the interests of animancers in Deerwood, step forward.
Your Grace.
The arguments for and against animancy are both strong in their own way. I must be careful in my judgment.
Forgive me, Your Grace. We will accept no judgment but our own.
What's he doing? No! Avenge the Duke!
No, wait!
Stop this! I've got
I've given you every chance to end this pursuit. Shall I end it for you? Another time. I am already late.
What the heck is security doing? This is the Ducal Palace. How could the security allow unauthorized individual to enter the Ducal Palace, let alone enter the hearing room? It is supposed to be the Ducal Palace supposed to have the highest security level. What are the security guards doing? Why are they so incompetent? Oh my goodness. The words, "Shall I end it for you," ring in your ears. You find yourself gasping for breath, struggling to keep your own balance. You drop to a knee and watch as Thaus hurries out of the building. The world dims around you, the screams and clashing of weapons fading to silence. All that remains are the words.
Shall I end it for you?
Thaus stands at a pulpit high above an assembly of robed onlookers, you among them, clustered around a wide circular pit carved of stone. He addresses a woman bound backward over a large iron wheel, overlooking the great stone maw. Many of the woman's fingers and toes are severed, and the bottoms of her feet are charred black. The skin on one side of her face looks like melted candle wax, black and red and seeping, and the angle of her back suggests a spine in ruins. Yet for all that, her expression betrays little of her anguish. Oh my! She had all her fingers and toes cut off, her feet burned, her spine broken, and her face burned? What the heck is this?
I am already at peace, Grand Inquisitor. Are you?
Her eyes are barely open and her words come between strangled breaths, but they are steady, unbroken. Who is this elven woman?
So be it. If you desire no end, you shall have none. I find you guilty of heresy. May the eternal prison bar your soul from passage, for it is beyond redemption.
The Grand Inquisitor nods to a hooded attendant, who begins untying her from the wheel. Arismital was granted dominion of the sleepers. My goodness, look at that. 2 corpses, 2 guard corpses. They couldn't stop Thaos. You open your eyes to the beamed ceiling of the palace's grand entry hall. The clangs of metal striking metal waft in from outside alongside the cries of the injured as you stagger to your feet. Thaos is gone. Eder leans in, his head upside down in your sight as he peers down at you from above. Hey, you're alive. He looks you over, frowning. Can you move? We shouldn't stick around. When their wounds get stirred up, they like to start burning things. Off to one side you can hear the clinking rustle of chainmail, and you look over to see a wounded guard slumped against the wall. He's trying to say something, seemingly directed at you, but at first it is too faint to hear. He gathers his breath and manages to rasp out a few words. Lady Webb, she's the only. She must be told. She'll know what to do. Please, find her. Tell her everything. The guard passes out and slides to the floor, still. Dang it, Thaos. Return to Breckenberry and tell Lady Webb in Hadred House what's happened.
Laying low.
Wait, what did he say? Ah. Did someone say something? Seedly says, don't go out there, there's rioting in the streets. Okay, what about that lady priest of Magran? Where is she?
Welcome.
You sounded so nonchalant. Aren't you aware of what happened in the hearing room? Interesting. Maybe she's so shocked and traumatized that she behaves this way. Justiciar says, stand down, we don't want to fight you. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. What? Ah, come on. Why do they have to fight each other? Dang it. So let me recap. Taos gained control of that one Animancer, and then he killed the Duke. The representative from the Dozens then in return killed the possessed Animancer. And because of that, the Justiciars reacted by killing the representative of the Dozens. And I guess there's... oh my goodness. This is a civil war. Commoner says, seen him at the sanitarium. Get him. What? What is this? I guess this guy is an oh yeah, he's an Animancer. What should I do? Should I mind my own business? Or should I help the Animancer? Shall I fight the commoners? Well, this isn't Adismittal's battle. Should he be involved? Should he involve himself in this whole thing? Wait, a wounded mercenary. Which side is he on? Is he on the side of the Justiciars and the Animancers? Or is he like the commoners? Interesting. Mercenary. Oh, the justiciars blockaded this road. Yeah, I can go through. Do the justiciars realize even they blockaded this road, they have angry mob behind them to the north? If such mobs can be incited by what happened in the hearing room, it means the dissatisfaction amongst the commoners are real. But why? Are the ruling elements of Defiance Bay so inept and incompetent they can't have the trust of their subjects? Or is it something else? Dozens Martyr, okay. It's the Dozens versus the Justiciars. Let's see who wins this fight, the Dozens or the Justiciars. I'm curious to see. A wealthy noble by the name of Lord Sidrock has arrived at the stronghold. He was nearly set upon by brigands on the road, but your patrols intervened. Prestigious visitor, okay. Lord Sidrock, isn't he the one who asked me for help to protect his land from other nobles? And Arismital taught him how to use his own men effectively to defend his land. Isn't this Lord Sidrock the one? I think these four guys are not meant to die. I'll just leave them to their business then. Alright, just the two of them left, but they both are barely injured. I think it's going to take a long time for either one of them to die, so I'll just leave then. Before I go to Breckenberry, I want to check the other districts. Ondra's Gift, Copper Lane, and what else? Yeah, just those two. Wait, they immediately transported me to Breckenberry. I can't choose the place on the world map. It sucks. Oh, they burned the sanitarium down. This could have been avoided only if the Duke wasn't killed by Thaos. Dang it, what about the patients inside? What about the patients? Have they been evacuated? Or are they still inside? So the Justiciars, the Crucible Knights, they're fighting both the Dozens and the Dominoes. They're fighting a two-front war. Or battle. Wait a minute. Who assaulted the Hadred house? The commoners? The dominoes? It can't be the justiciars. They're on the same side. Either the dominoes, the commoners, or the leaden key.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Where is Kuren? I hope Kuren is alright. So Lady Webb is dead. Lady Webb lies still in her bed, an ornate cushion propping her back upright. The blood pooled beneath a gash in her chest is tacky and nearly dry. A shattered glass rests on the floor beneath her dangling hand. You can feel the faint aura of her fading essence in your ken. Reach out for it. You make contact and are immersed in a torrent of sensory input and experience. When it calms, you find yourself in the same room lying in bed with a glass of brandy in your hand. Through the walls from the streets outside come the sound of soft screams and shattering glass and the cacophony of an angry mob. You take a sip and it warms your gullet. Across the room, the door opens behind a patient, steady push. Into the room walks Thaus, the floorboards creaking beneath deliberate steps. You wait until the last of the brandy has trickled down your throat before you speak. Lady Webb.
I was a fool to think I could tame these people.
You came closer than most.
A fine epitaph.
No worse than any.
Lady Webb said she was a fool to think that she could tame these people. What does she mean? Is she referring to the citizens of Defiance Bay? The people of Defiance Bay, I mean? Why does she want to tame them? She speaks as if she doesn't come from them. Is Lady Webb from a foreign land? Interesting. You are concentrating, focusing with all of your energy. It feels as though you are diving into a stone wall over and over, but it cracks suddenly, unexpectedly, allowing the vaguest wisp of a thought to leak through.
What's in Twin Elms?
Did you pull that from my thoughts?
I've had time to practice.
Thaus walks over to a small table and raises a half-empty brandy bottle to eye level. He seems to approve of the selection and begins to reach for an empty glass.
I was saving that for someone.
Pity. You know this is how it has to be.
Thaus replaces the brandy bottle on the table with care before approaching the bedside. He sits on the edge of the bed next to you. His words come freely, absent of all doubt. He draws a long, curved knife from his belt, smeared with fresh blood. With his left hand, he gently pins your sternum as he raises the knife in the other, its point dangling above your heart. So, did Thaus kill all the other ciphers in Hadrat House? Did he came here alone and he single-handedly kill all the other ciphers? If so, then he's a dangerous individual, on top of his ability to take control of other people.
Prove it.
Thaus slips the knife between your ribs and pushes it through. Layers of tissue separate with brittle, papery stiffness, and blood wells up around the blade. A pulse of reflex causes you to drop your glass to the floor and you hear it shatter. With the loss of your strength, you take his knife and hand in both of yours, a question radiant in your mind. For an instant, to your great surprise, the pathway to his mind is left open to you, unguarded, and the answer comes. Simple, cataclysmic in its reordering of your thoughts. As Lady Webb, you feel as though you have an answer you've searched for all your life, but in your own mind, her understanding lies just beyond your reach. You look at Thaus with the wide eyes of someone seeing for the first time, and draw your last breath as a black, velvety darkness descends over you. So Lady Webb understood what was on Thaus's mind, but Aris Mittal failed to reach the same understanding. Okay.
Smoke rises above the city walls in billowing plumes that blacken the sky like a storm. Behind the walls, the riots rage on. Known patrons of Animancy are forced into hiding as looters ransack their estates and make off with their possessions. Animancers are torn away from their families and dragged from their homes to be stoned to death in the streets. Word had spread immediately that Duke Avar had been assassinated and that an Animancer was to blame. The city wasted little time in exacting revenge and little effort into evaluating guilt. In the center of it all, Brackenberry Sanitarium burned. And down the lane, Hadrat House, the last bastion of stability in the Deerwood, had fallen silent. Now safely outside the city gate, your path points eastward to Twin Elms, where Theos is bound, for reasons that remain mysterious as the leaden key itself.
I sided with the Crucible Knights because I thought it would be beneficial for Aris. I hope the Crucible Knights came out of all this chaos on top. If not, my assistance for them will mean nothing. Commoner says the floods have receded. The pass through Stormwall Gorge is open. My home is in flames back there. That is such a unfortunate event. How could this happen in Defiance Bay because of Thaos Ix Arcanon? I had a rumor about the Duke. Did the riots take him too? He was assassinated. I'll take my chances in the villages. Dang it. I heard a rumor about the Duke. Did the riots take him too?
Nice and quiet.
Did you hear that the racket coming from the keep must have been quite the drill? You mean the Crucible Keep? The Copper Lane Marketplace has everything you could ever want to buy. Really, even after the riots? Some of the plays they put on at the amphitheater are quite good. Ooh, if only you know what Lumdala's real occupation is. I can't re-enter the city. What? This sucks.
How may I help?
I'm here.
As you cross the bridge, Aloth draws up beside you. The fires of Defiance Bay cast a shivering, flickering light across one half of his face. The other is in darkness.
Please stop. I need to tell you something.
Adismittel says, "Go ahead."
I have not been entirely honest about my motives for traveling with you up to this point. When I finished my training in Adir, I was introduced to an organization. All I knew was that they were opposed to the unchecked spread of animancy, and that they could guarantee me postings far away from the Seathwood my father and his Earl. At that time, it was enough. In the early years, I thought of them as many things. Hooded men, prudent teachers, the leaden key. Their rules were strict, but their guidance was clear. I sincerely believe they wanted to keep Kith from the folly of their own foolish ambitions. I came to the Deerwood a little over a year ago. My orders were to gather information on animancy in the region.
Aloth looks down. Oh, so you are part of the leaden key,
A senior contact met with me every few months to receive my reports and issue new leads. She sent me to Gilded Vale to keep an eye on events surrounding the local lord, but I lost track of her shortly after that. I don't know if she was reassigned, killed, or sacrificed the way you saw. By the time you met me, I'd been on my own for a couple of months.
Really? Is this the truth? Or is this also a lie? Okay, Arismital says, you knew I was coming.
I couldn't have. I'd been out of contact with my superiors for months.
Oh yeah, I forgot that, sorry.
I needed some kind of direction. After that scrape with the locals, I was ready to get out of town. But then you mentioned the ruins, but you refused to tell me what you'd seen. Now, I was sure then that it had something to do with the leaden key.
Did I refuse to tell you what I saw in the Sealant Lys ruins? I remember clearly I told you what I saw in that ruins. Did you not hear what I said? Strange, why would Aloth say this?
And I was correct in a way. What we found wasn't what I expected. I knew the leaden key was trying to stop animancy, but I didn't realize how far they'd gone. Murder, sabotage, abandoning entire districts to shambling horrors. And now the whole city is up in flames.
Aloth takes a deep breath.
I'm still not sure about animancy, but I know I've been following the wrong master. Please, accept my apology, and my service. Let me fight with you to stop Theos.
As you said you served the wrong, you followed the wrong master. So now you want me to be your master. Well, I'm not going to complain. I am now your master. Apology accepted.
Thank you. This is a great burden off my shoulders.
Allah's voice is solemn and quiet. Arismital says, before we move on, I'd like to discuss a few things. Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How may I be of service? Arismital says, about your parents. Aloth looks at you cautiously. Yes? Arismital asks, why was your mother gone so often? Aloth says she was invited to join a Heimneg with a landed Thine when I was very young. His estate was a 5-day ride from our home in the Sithwood, so that was part of it. Aloth gives you the smallest of frowns. The real issue, however, was my father. What is a Heimneg? Aloth says, despite his initial agreement with the arrangement, father was never happy with it. He would hound and harangue my mother when she was home. He wanted to know whether she was intimate with the Thine, and no matter how many times she swore she wasn't, it was never enough. As you can imagine, that led to her coming home much less often, even though she still supported us financially. Arismital asks, what's a Heimneg? Aloth says, a ceremonial marriage between folk and elf, because the Aedir mainland has historically been split between the two races. We have many institutions that are designed to normalize relations. Our monarchy is headed by folk, but an elven consort rules alongside the reigning Verkoning or Mequeen. This is the most prominent example of Heimneg. Ceremonial marriage? Wait, so Aloth's mother got married to a Thine while also being a wife of another man? Aloth says, in many cases, a Heimneg allows two households to pool resources. Among the aristocracy, Heimnegs consolidate power. Sometimes, as in my mother's case, a Heimneg is a means for a noble to add another administrator to his or her household. Consorts are received with almost the same level of respect as their noble counterparts, which can be extremely useful. Okay, so Aedir is split between an elf and folk. The leader is the folk, but the elf serve as consort. Alright, so Aloth's mother joined a ceremonial marriage with a folk noble, with a folk Thine. Despite being married to Aloth's father? Aloth says, of course, Heimnegs are sometimes used to sanitize an extramarital affair. Aloth shrugs. I don't know that it's really any better, but it seems to satisfy common notions of decency. And elf and folk unions are sterile, which no doubt eases some concerns. Oh, so folk and elf, even if they have sex, they cannot have children. Oh, so there is no half-breeds like half-elves or half-folks. I see. Well, no wonder Aloth's father was suspicious, knowing that his wife joined in a marriage with another man. Okay. But I will still choose option number 2 because I want to know Aloth's response when Arismital says that his father has a problem with his temper. Arismital says, it sounds like your father had a problem with his temper. Aloth says he had a problem with my mother's Heimneg, even though they agreed upon it long ago, that the financial benefits would be considerable, that it was little different from his role as the Earl's steward. It ate at him, and so he drank and raged. When she was home, he raged at her, and when she wasn't, he raged at me. Okay, of course. Any man would have a problem with their wife's Heimneg. But the problem is, the father agreed upon it a long time ago. As a man, as a husband, he shouldn't have agreed to the Heimneg. Why would he agree to it in the first place? Dang it. Aloth says, more than anything, he wanted me to become an arcane knight in the service of his Earl. I think he felt this would validate his chosen career and master. He was a firm man, as you saw, but in the end, I became a successful wizard, due in no small part to his strictness. What should I choose, number 1 or number 2? What option would be accepted more by Aloth? Respond number 1 or respond number 2? He hates his father, I knew it. He said so. Well, that's the implication that I received from the previous conversations. But I don't know whether he will respond positively or negatively if I choose number 1. Let's play it safe. Let's choose option number 2. Arismital says, it's hard to see it at the time, but sometimes pressure is useful. Aloth says, my thoughts exactly. At this point, I can easily say that the skills I learned were worth the challenges. Okay. I'm glad he doesn't have a negative reaction to my statement. But yeah, of course. Of course Aloth's father would go crazy over his wife's Heimneg agreement. The father shouldn't have agreed to it in the first place. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? Did he take his marriage so loosely and freely that he agreed to his wife entering a Heimneg with another man? That's silly. Arismital says, that's all I really wanted to know. Aloth looks relieved. Very well. Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How I may be of service. Arismital says, so, now you understand a little more about Iselmir. Aloth wrinkles his nose. No thanks to that animanza. My spleen? Black bile? Come on. Oh, you mean that lady animancer from Vailia? What is her name again? I don't remember. Oh yeah. There it is, her name, in one of the choices. Belasege. Arismital says, Belasege's methods were flawed, but you still learned something, didn't you? Allah says only because you and I have a lick of good sense between us, but the average person, show them a shiny gadget in the hands of an expert, and they'll believe anything. Maybe. Aloth makes sense here. Maybe I should just play it safe and play along with him, but not too much. Maintain a somewhat neutral stance, but still not contentious. Maybe choice number 3? Arismith will say, perhaps animancy has its uses, but it's hard to say whether those outweigh the dangers. Allah says it's too decentralized. There's no one to keep the practice in check, no uniform principles or guidelines. Aloth, come on, my man. You just contradicted your previous statement. When I told the Duke back in the hearing room that animancy should be restricted and controlled, you said to me, in disagreement, citing examples like Kaitman Azo and Head Warden Ethel Moer, who is oblivious to what is happening inside the walls of the sanitarium. And now, you say that animancy is too decentralized? So are you in favor of animancy being controlled or not? I don't understand. Arismittel says, putting that much power in the hands of a single authority is no better. Yeah, there should be more than a single authority, I guess. Like the tradition of scholars. They discuss, they debate, they trade knowledge and opinions for the purpose of understanding, I guess. Or maybe I'm just speaking out of my ass. I've said it before in my other videos, I'm a moron. So maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Arismittel says, putting that much power in the hands of a single authority is no better. Alos raises an eyebrow. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than the chaos we have now. Yeah, I guess. Arismittel says, how exactly did you come to join the Leaden Key? Alos says, as it often is with such follies, I was young and directionless. The Leaden Key promised some of the structure I was lacking, and they offered me a future far removed from service to my father's Earl. Animancy is possibly even more controversial in Aidir than it is here. The practice has been outlawed for 600 years, but prohibition has a way of breeding curiosity. The success and relative acceptance that animancy has found here and in the Vailian republics spurred a renewed interest in Aidir. The Leaden Key began recruiting more aggressively, and I was in the final period of my training when one of my instructors reached out to me. Aloth shrugs. As I said, it was a welcome departure from my father's plans, and after seeing a few of my colleagues abandon their studies in magic to pursue animancy in the republics, I was convinced that something needed to be done to stop the spread. Okay, so one of Allah's instructors is a Leaden Key agent. Arismittel asks, any thoughts on what I should do next? Allah says, it seems these Thaus and the Leaden Key are to blame. He smooths his robes. We've got to learn more about just what they're up to.
Hey, say what you want about Dear Woodens. They haven't met the problem yet they couldn't solve by killing some scapegoats.
Eder flashes a hollow smile. Eder says, you fight for the people because you see something there that deserves defending. Even more so because someone you trust sees it too. Then you turn around and they do something like this, and the person who made you want to help them is gone. Who are you talking about, Eder? Who are you talking about, this person who is gone? You mean the Duke? I don't want to choose number 3. It's not the safest option to gain his affection. Maybe I should choose number 2 or number 1. Arismitel says, people never fail to disappoint without guidance. Eder says, not the ones around here. They're downright regular about it. 15 years ago they tried to kill all the Elthasians. Then the legacy happens and they worry that maybe those purges had something to do with it. So how do they fix it? More purges. Never thought I'd find myself missing the hospitality back home. You mean Gilded Vale? Alright. What do you have to say, Durans? You are an interesting fellow, I give you that.
What? If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skinning your knuckles on the wrong door.
Arismitel says, I wanted to ask about the region and its history. Duran says, it's as if you swallowed a gadfly nest. Keep silent and keep them to yourself, lest you tire yourself before the next campfire. Okay, so I guess I need to progress before I can speak to him again.
Indeed. Indeed.
Bubbles rise from the depths of a murky, sludgy stew. The few bones in the pot have been picked clean, and they float amid swirling globules of grease.
Stop there! Where do you think you're going?
Mercenary soldier. One of the guards takes a step forward as she looks you up and down with a sneer.
This area is under the control of the Torn Bannerman. Anyone else wanders in, they're not leaving again.
Oh, the Torn Bannerman. I think the steward told me about them. They wanted to take over the Consahalt Tower or something like that. And the steward worries if they succeed in conquering Consahalt Tower, that they would lay their eyes to Kait Nua next. So the Torn Banner is a threat then. Arismitel says, what is going on here?
For starters, I've got orders to put a sword through your gut if you don't turn around and run back home.
Arismital asks, you do realize you're speaking to the Lord of Kaitnua.
Wait, Cadnua. You mean you're the one everyone's talking about? Saving orphans, fighting off bandits, all that?
The guard grins, but there's a hint of nervousness in her features. Oh. Okay. Should I bring the Crucible Knights into this conversation? So, I didn't realize that Arismital has been doing all these things, saving orphans, fighting off bandits, so I guess he's a good ruler after all. Arismital says, you may have heard about how I stormed Raedric's hold.
Look, hang on a second. Let's not get too...
Enough! The commander said no exceptions. I'm not ending up on a pike because this dog has you pissing your trousers.
Wait, maybe I should bring in the Crucible Knights. I don't want to fight them. No. Another guard steps forward, brandishing a spear.
Sorry, my lord. I'm sure the commander will take good care of Cadnua for you.
Arismital says maybe you should take this up with the Crucible Knights.
Look, hang on a second. Let's not get too...
Oh, it's the same respawn. So no matter what I choose, whether I choose Raedric, Hold, Assault, or the Crucible Knight option, it leads me to the same response. That's lame.
Enough! The commander said no exceptions. I'm not ending up on a pike because this dog has you pissing your trousers.
That's lame. Or maybe I pressed the wrong option. Let me try again. Alright, this time I'm going to make sure I press the right choice. I'm going to use the pointer instead of the keyboard. It's highlighted number 1, right? Let's choose it.
Look, hang on a second. Let's not get too...
Okay, the same respawn. So, no matter what my respawn is, I have to fight them. This sucks.
Enough! The commander said no exceptions. I'm not ending up on a pike because this dog has you pissing your trousers.
Sorry, my lord. I'm sure the commander will take good care of Cadnua for you.
Don't get paid enough. Attack! Comes for you! Seek!
These torn banner soldiers are tough. much tougher than Addis Mittal's previous oppositions.
I'll handle this. It's done.
Drunken Orlan snoring, and now he's awake and hostile. Great. Orlan's key, a plain iron key tied to a leather thong. It must be a key to the chest. I've just wasted 3 of my lockpicks. Dang it.
Enough for this shit.
I shall.
Death to our enemies!
Unsigned letter. Commander by Lorin. Proceed to Crackhold with utmost haste. Consul Hut will not willingly part with the Engwithan phylactery, but you must secure it by any means necessary. Be warned that all previous attempts at acquiring the artifact have met with abject failure. We know very little about the phylactery, save that it is nearly indestructible. With that in mind, I would recommend using your considerable forces to lay siege to Crackhold. Once Consul Hut is dead, you may retrieve the phylactery from what remains of his tower. Delivery of the artifact is your primary charge, but definitive proof of Consul Hut's demise shall entitle you to a substantial bonus. Spare no expense in fulfilling this task, but know that any outside interferences will constitute a breach of this agreement. I have spent considerable resources to ensure that any local authorities will look the other way. Any overly curious party should be dealt with accordingly.
I'll have this open in no time. I'll handle this. I'll have this open in no time. I'll have this open in no time. I'll handle this. It's done. Yes?
Beyond seek!
What is this giant suddenly appearing like this? Dang it.
Stand
I shall.
Indeed.
This trebuchet smells of fresh pine and hemp. Its beams are still sticky with sap. Does that mean this trebuchet is newly constructed on the spot?
Let's see what we found.
A body lies beneath a blood-soaked shroud. It reeks of rot and infection. Ah. The wounded members of the torn banner, perhaps? Oh, these are corpses. They're not alive.
Hold! He's got this far. I ought to have a look at him at least.
Commander Biolorin, the man before you has the bearing of authority, and his casual command has the guards immediately lowering their weapons. Even so, they continue to watch you warily.
Commander Ballerin, leader of the Torn Bannerman. You've been a right pain in the balls, whoever you are. What do I call you?
Aris Mittal says, "Well met, Commander. My name is Aris Mittal."
Huh. Leagues from the city, and here's a civil tongue. Good man. I've lost a lot of fucking men out there. Consul Hot's one thing, but why are you here cutting down my soldiers?
Well, your soldiers attacked me first. I'm just responding in kind.
I figure I can guess, but please, let's hear it from the man himself.
Aris Mittal says, "Your mercenaries attacked me without cause."
My men had orders to warn off any intruders, without unnecessary bloodshed. Every one of them knows I expect my commands followed to the fucking letter. And God's help the man that slips.
Biolorin's expression sours.
No, I'd say you're here for the same reason as the rest of us. A powerful artifact, hidden within the keep. That's bait to tempt any beast. But the artifact is ours. Whoever set their tongue to wagging about it, they did you a great wrong. Nobody comes into our camp and lives. Think that's about the end of it. You ready? I'll make it quick for you.
Commander Biolorin gestures to the guards. Aris Mittal says, "Wait, I have some questions before we begin."
Suppose there's no harm in that. I don't promise I'll answer.
Biolorin considers you for a few long moments, then he shrugs his shoulders. He motions for you to continue. Aris Mittal asks, "What do you know about this artifact?"
Only that the phylactery's worth a fucking fortune. More than just your usual piece of Anguithan history, I mean. No idea what it does. Don't much care. Our employer wants it found. And delivering it's gonna see us paid enough coin to buy one of the republics.
Wait, enough coin to buy a country? Wow, I need it. Aris Mittal asks, "How goes the siege?" "I can use those kind of money to bolster Kaitnua's defenses, economy, everything, infrastructure." Aris Mittal asks, "How goes the siege?"
After tactical advice, it was going well enough at first. But the moment we cracked open the outer wall, Consul Hot's pets started clawing their way out of the ruins.
Biolorin grunts. He said Consul Hot's pets. You mean soldiers or beasts?
Caught the first wave off guard and carved them to gobbets. We've pressed them back to the keep for the time being, but it's delayed our victory. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will storm the keep in force. It's just a matter of time. Could prop your corpse up somewhere after. You could scare off the looters.
Aris Mittal asks, "What were these creatures?"
Dead men, walking and fighting like the living. They've armor thick enough to foul our arrows, and they can conjure spells to burn a man alive.
Biolorin looks out towards the nearby hill.
At night you can see them on the bluff, like a line of torches, their eyes burning. They don't come down into our camp. They wait up there, for us to come to them.
Biolorin clears his throat. Aris Mittal asks, "What of Consul Hot? Does he live?"
Good question. No one's got a clear sense of that. We haven't seen him on the field of battle. The old fuck may have gotten himself eaten by the dead men. He could be controlling them. Or the first volley of stones left him crushed under his own keep. Won't know until we get in there and see for ourselves.
Biolorin shrugs. Aris Mittal asks, "Who do you work for?"
Someone without much love for Consul Hot, huh? Let's just say they have a lot of coin to throw around, and high standards. Thing is, discretion's included in the service.
Biolorin chuckles quietly.
You'll just have to make do with me.
Okay, remind me again, why are we going to this place? All I remember was the steward says there's a group called the Torn Bannerman attacking Council House Tower. And the steward said that after they conquer the tower, they could lay their eyes next to Kaidnua. That is the reason why I am here, because the steward implies that these men are a threat to Kaidnua. But are they really a threat to Kaidnua? Are they really going to set their eyes on Kaidnua after they're finished with Council House? Or maybe the steward dropped the ball. Maybe the steward's intel was false. Maybe they're not my enemy, right? Okay, so let's recap the fact. Steward is worried that they are going to set their eyes to Kaidnua, but there is no proof so far that they will attack Kaidnua after they're done here. Second, Bailodin's men indeed attacked me first. That is already a hostile action, which Arismital did not take kindly. Third, the artifact, according to Bailodin, worth a fortune, able to buy one of the republics. This fortune will be proved useful for Aris and Kaidnua. The fourth fact, I don't know who Council Hout is. I don't know his disposition towards Kaidnua. So what should I choose here? Shall I act in the sole interest of Arismitals and the profit of Kaidnua? Arismital, maybe that's what I should go for. Arismital says, we don't have to be enemies, I could help you. But do I really want to be a part of an invading force? I don't know. But I don't want to fight him. So what if we pretend to work together with Bailodin, then after that we just leave this place in peace. Let them settle their own problem. Arismital says, we don't have to be enemies. I could help you. Says Arismital.
You slaughter my fucking men and then come begging after work? They'd have my guts for bowstrings if I took you on, and I deserve it. You came ready to kill. Don't lose your nerve now.
Hey asshole, Arismital slaughter your men because they attack him first. But I guess fair is fair. Eye for an eye, I guess. But yeah, I like you. You care about your men. You care about your men whom Arismital killed. And you don't easily forget. That means your men mean something to you than just expendables. If you don't care about your men, you could just easily struck an alliance with Arismital, but you're not. Yeah, okay, fair is fair. Arismital says I'm ready.
I'll give Consulhat your regards.
Bailodin raises his blade in a quick salute.
I bring
Lava beyond seek. I'm here.
small bronze key. This delicate bronze key seems too small to fit a door's lock. Must be a chest key, huh?
Indeed.
Arismital made a mistake. He targeted the long range first. He should have targeted the magicians first. They're the one who deals huge damage.
Let's see what we found.
Carrying too much weight.
The woman's rigid fingers still dig into the earth. Her battered armor squeezes her blood-swollen limbs. Maggots squirm from a ragged wound in her back. A bloody hammer rests where this corpse's head should be. Bone fragments and dried chunks of brain matter are stuck to the grass. Such a grisly sight. The corpse's remaining hand clutches at its own trailing innards. The stench of decay is almost unbearable. Ooh, his intestines got out from his body?
I'm here.
I'm here. I shall.
Nuts buzz over a film of murky algae choke water. Something glints just beneath the surface. This boulder appears to have crashed through the tower, taking a section of the wall with it. Yeah, must be the torn banner's trebuchet. Okay, Arismital is pretty wounded. I guess it's time to rest at the Bright Hollow first, before continuing down. My dear steward, what did you get me into? You sent me to a place where these hostiles are so tough to beat for Aris and his companions, just because you're worried that they might set eyes upon Kainua, which you have no proof. Next time, don't drop the ball like that again, my dear steward.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Oh yeah, I wonder where Yestra is and the ogre. I want to know where they are located in the castle. Maybe Yestra is in Bright Hollow, Yestra, or maybe inside the keep. Let's search the place for those two, Yestra and the ogre. I have a feeling the ogre will be located near Warden Firgen's lodge.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
What are you saying, Durans? You said the last thing Deerwood need is another foreign colony. You Deerwoodans came from Aidir. You are the foreign colony in the first place, before you became Deerwood. That doesn't make sense. I understand what you mean. You don't want Deerwood to be under the thumb of another sovereignty, like during the time of the Aidir Empire, having a rule over Deerwood. But your sentence is just not accurate. Deerwood itself is a foreign colony that came from Aidir. But yes, I understand the spirit of your statements. I understand that you don't want to be under Aidir or any other nation again. But you guys need to solve your problems, your border disputes with the Glenfathan tribes though. And to keep up your end of the bargain, not to go into Angwithan ruins. That's part of the treaty for peace with Eir Glenfath, right? You better hold that bargain up.
Hello.
Where is Yestra? I may require her services, if you know what I mean.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign...
Where is the ogre? Where is Yestra? Where are they?
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.